Good evening, everyone. How is the wonderful folks on the internet in the world doing today? I'm gonna grab some water and then we'll do a little yapping before jumping into beta. Apologies, I forgot that I actually took my water off of my desk and took it with me to the living room after stream last night, because I sat down and played Cyberpunk 2077 for a couple hours. So had to go grab it because I have not drank enough water today, admittedly. So hope everyone had a good middle of the week. It is Wednesday, my druids. I have an interview. Hey, Coops, I have a job interview scheduled Friday morning, so I need to try and not stay up all night the next couple of days, try and get the sleep schedule cleaned up a little bit. But The plan today is just get 2 or 3 dungeons of Midnight Beta done so that I have the footage for them, and then depending on how long that takes, we'll probably jump back over to Heroes of the Storm afterwards, or maybe jump on retail and try to get one of our characters' weekly keys done so that we can begin that process, one of the two. The plan for the rest of the week hasn't changed. Tomorrow, Thursday, will be the Jesus, losing my train of thought. Tomorrow will be the same thing. Try to get the last of the beta dungeons wrapped up so that I can get footage for all 8 of these, so I can begin the process of all the editing that I need to do. The Mysara Caverns video took me about 3 hours to edit and do the voiceover work on, so I'm looking at the same amount on this, so it's going to be a lot of work over the next couple of weeks, which is why next week I may take a little time away from stream, just so that I can make sure all those videos are done and edited. And then, of course, once early access kicks off, then I'll be streaming long hours on that, probably trying to get at the very least 2 of my 2 main characters leveled up, but depending on how things go, I'll probably get all 4 characters that I'm looking at leveled up. And then come March, we're gonna flood the YouTube channel. So if you are part of the Discord, which I will go ahead and pin that real quick. Just note that a bunch of pings will go out in early March because I'll be putting out my spec guide videos as well as the guide series that are going to be like quick guides and overviews on the season 1 dungeon pool. Mysara Caverns video is already done. I began work looking into everything for Algathar Academy. That'll be probably the second one. And then Pit of Saron is also set up to be worked on probably tomorrow or maybe even Friday after my interview. As far as the weekend goes, my plan was to stream on Saturday. I mentioned the IRL stuff in the Discord as well as on social media, which is why we're starting so late today. That potentially, IRL stuff could potentially throw a hammer in that. I'm waiting for some things not of my responsibility to kind of pan out and get some information on it. So unfortunately I have to kind of just sit and wait for that. But once that happens, then I'll be able to know whether or not I'll have like a full-on day. Saturday, if we stream, it'll be, I don't know if I'll do Saturday night or if I'll do like Saturday afternoon and go from there. And depending on what's going on, I may make that a longer Star Wars The Old Republic consular story, continue that story, try to get that done. Or if I need more stuff in WoW, we'll do more stuff in WoW. Or I may take some time and split it, do like consular story into some Heroes of the Storm, or consular story into like Marvel Rivals. Like there's some options here that I'm looking at. So that is kind of the plan for the next couple of days. Saturday, we're going to be very, very tentative. So that's when you should keep an eye on the Discord for. I'll try to post in the announcements channel or in the general channel about what the plan is as soon as I have some more of this life stuff figured out on my end when I get more information. So we'll see. But that is the plan for at least the time being. All right. So let's go ahead and jump into beta. I'm going to try to get... I need Nexus Point, I need Skyreach, I need Seat, Windrunner Spire, and Magister's Terrace. So we're gonna go back to the Nexus Point. I need to look into This boss, I wasn't 100% sure what we needed to do on it, so I want to look this over real quick. Dude, everyone doing like these 18, 19 keys. It's got to be like the people that are just bored on retail with nothing to do, so they're just doing this. All right, I have my... Ooh, it's work time. Hey, Sandy. We're gonna try to start with Nexus Point because I have it, and then we'll do Skyreach and then Seat of the Triumvirate, I think, and then we'll do the last 2 dungeons on that. Saw the announcement on Discord, it works. Yeah, I've noticed the pings have been working. I got the post about my mental health short went out this morning. I saw that, so I think the Discord is pretty much working the way that I want it to work. It's now just a matter of getting it out there for people. I'm hesitant to post it on social media, simply because it's going to attract a lot of the bots, particularly on X, where I know that a lot of bots follow me. So I kind of want to keep it to being like within this community. So I know that it's going to be a very slow process to get people to join the Discord, especially with people abandoning Discord because of its let's just say controversies around the whole Face ID thing that they're going to try to push in March. So we're going to see what happens with it, but I have my opinion on it, but I won't bring that here. Yeah, I generally speaking am against what they're doing. The problem that I have with just like wholesale jumping ship is that none of the other options that I've looked into have even a tenth of the functionality that Discord does. They're just extremely underdeveloped right now. And I want to know where the funding for those sites are coming from, because, for example, once people were like, oh, Kix is a great alternative, and then they found out where the funding for that site came from, and now everyone's like, they kind of stay away from it with a 10-foot pole. Unless you just don't care and you're just trying to open up as many monetization paths for yourselves as a creator as you can, which technically I should be doing, but the reality is that because I'm not big here, I'm not on Twitch, or I'm not big on YouTube, I'm gonna be nothing on Kick, so I'm not even gonna waste the time and the computer resources trying to do that. I'd much rather, if I'm looking to open up monetization paths, I've got my direct PayPal link. I've got, obviously, one of the things that weirdly helps is actually looping. How do I get permissions in the Discord? You should have everything for viewer. Are you not able to type in any of the channels, Coops? Because if so, I'll fix that. I might have overlooked that. Can't type any messages. Okay, let me look. Let me fix the permissions then. Shows that you have the ability to send messages. Let me check the specific channel then. I might have accidentally fucked something up there. Let's see. Oh. Oh, introduce is locked. Okay. That one I probably definitely screwed up. Zandy, you should have no problems. Let me do it this way. Because mods basically... I set it up so mods basically have... yeah, I basically gave you admin permissions, essentially. So, short of kicking me out of the server, you should be able to do everything that everyone else can. Okay, I'll continue to work on it. I just updated the introduction channels, Coop, so you should now be able to see it. All right, Nexus Point. With the Discord all programs, who is it to say that they will have to undergo change due to laws passed in other countries? Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people are pissed. They're like, oh, they're catering to the laws of two countries. But, like, the thing to remember that people aren't really thinking about in the way that I think they should is that those are the only two that have passed laws. I haven't looked into other countries, but I know that like something like a dozen states, if not more, are also have laws sitting on the books or about to be on the books requiring Face ID. I mean, we've already seen it with some adult websites. Like, for example, I'm in Florida. For example, I can't access Pornhub without a VPN because they require those types of things. So it's just a matter of those states are working to expand it to social media websites. U.S. Congress is talking about adding these types of laws for social media as well. So, like, it's inevitable that we're getting there, and these companies are just trying to get ahead of the hassle of doing everything like country by country as those laws pass, and just blanket doing it now because it's easier to blanket do it for everyone, even if they're not in the UK or Australia, and go from there. I think it's something that can't be ignored. I think there needs to be more tech savvy officials in place, because right now the people running the most significant and impactful countries, So the US, most of the EU, England, Australia, China, a little bit of an exception because it's China. But I mean, you think of the most, like, you think of the countries like the G6 that have the most impact on kind of the tech industry as a whole. They aren't run by people that actually understand the internet. They know how to use it. They don't understand it. They don't understand the impact the tech has. They don't understand, and outside of, being their messaging bot. And so because of that, we don't have that. And there are some officials that kind of understand it, but even the ones that like people point to as being like these bastions of like internet safety and stuff like that, even they don't fully understand what's going on. Like everyone always points to like AOC is like this crazy, like up to speed congresswoman. She's not. She has some very major blind spots in terms of how she understands certain things, and we just need, honestly, we need more people that are roughly my age and even younger getting into these decision-making positions. The problem is that because the US system in particular is built and based off of a gentocracy, it's going to be years before we're able to kind of break through that and get people into the positions and the leadership level positions that are going to be necessary in order to affect the change the way that it needs to be affected. So, unfortunately, I think we're going to live through a short-term hellscape of this I didn't mean to hit that button, fuck. Of this over-policing of the internet, so that when we eventually find our way into, eventually people understand better what can be done about it. It's there. Like, they're wanting to basically tell us how to parent our kids because that's the guys that they're wanting to do it under. But then they're not putting any sort of restrictions on the tech billionaires that are the ones that are pushing all this bullshit. To me, that's kind of where it goes. Yeah, blocked without age verification. Yeah. I mean, and in some ways, like, I kind of get it, but, like, let's be real. Like, I knew that stuff existed when I was, like, 13. I'm sitting here with a family member that is in their late teens and already not even at the age of 18 yet. They've already tried smoking, cigarettes and weed. They've already tried vaping. They are active sexually.
Only the strongest survive.
So it's just going to be a matter of like, we need smarter people in place. And once we get those smarter people in place, hopefully things can be pushed and shoved. But the problem is that not enough people understand the impact that these laws have. And as long as that ignorance is there, it's going to get taken advantage of. It's the same reason people think that if you give corporations more money, that they're going to give them to their employees, because people like they assume that that's what, you know, they would do that. Like if I'm given $1 million as a company CEO, you know, say I've got, you know, 10 employees and I'm given $1 million, I would do something to give either a bonus, or I would figure out how much of a pay increase I can give every employee to make that $1 million stretch. But the problem is that's not a morality that CEOs currently have. They're looking at that $1 million and they're going, okay, how can I loophole my way into keeping all of that money for myself? And at some point, there are people that are still blissfully ignorant because they put trust in the people that quote unquote have worked hard, even though a majority of the majority of CEOs today don't actually work in the industries that they are CEO of at this point. I mean, you see it in the games industry. AAA games have been absolutely dog walked over the last, you know, 2 to 3 years, really, because they are now run by people that don't actually understand the consumerist nature of the people that consume games, but they also don't understand like what makes video games great. Like, what are the things that attract? I mean, you look at, you know, independent games, they've really risen. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of quote unquote friend slot games that are out there, but some of them are still holding on. Peak is still doing pretty well. Yap Yap has started to take off. It's starting to get there. You have things like God, what's that drug making game? Subscription One or something like that. That is starting to develop a good base as live service games. But then you see things like Clair Obscur, obviously. Now people like to claim, oh, that game had a $10 million budget. That's not indie. The fuck it isn't. I guarantee you, $10 million is basically the art budget for WoW Midnight. Let's be real. Between the cost of supplies and the money and the software and the programs needed for it, plus paying all of the artists now, it may be a little bit more along the lines of like class developers or, you know, the artist in Call of Duty. Like, that's probably like the budget of one department, not the entire game. Especially when you consider that Arcane cost $250 million to animate. 2KXO from Riot just saw nearly all of its staff taken out because the game didn't do as well, but the budget in that game allegedly was like a couple $100 million. You're seeing what was it, Battlefield 6 apparently cost $500 million to make. Don't tell me $10 million is an independent. It is. But you're seeing a lot of these games, like Mugenics is doing extremely well. Heartopia, I've seen a lot of people talking about Heartopia. You know, these indie game devs. I mean, even Dispatch is technically an indie game dev. Yes, they got investment from Critical Role. That doesn't hurt them. It also doesn't make them AA or even AAA level. It's still an independent studio because the only thing that they got from their partnership with Critical Role was some financial stability to be able to continue making the game. And of course, they probably got some sweetheart deals on saving on some voice casting, obviously, with everyone knows Laura Bailey, the main one, but Matt Mercer as Shroud and Travis Willingham as Phenomenon. And, you know, you had the cast kind of doing these other voices. So, like, that's still mostly an independent project because Critical Role is an independent private company. So you have all these games that are coming from these indie developers that are just dog walking the sales. I mean, even something like Hollow Knight, it's a hugely anticipated game, but that studio is like 40 people. It's not a big studio, you know. And the two best games of 2025, in my opinion, were E33 and Silksong from indie developers. The only game on there, that quote-unquote game of the year list, that was from a AAA developer was maybe Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I don't remember the studio that does that or if they're classified as AAA, but I mean, other than that, it was... I'm trying to remember the 2025 game of the year nominees now. Shit. Let's do this. Game of the year 2025. Okay, so Donkey Kong Bonanza, that's a AAA studio because it's Nintendo. Death Stranding is from Kojima, who's no longer AAA. It's not with doing things with like Metal Gear and things like that. Hades 2, that's an indie studio. Silksong Studio. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I need to know who made that game. Let's see. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Who made that? Warhorse Studios, published by Deep Silver. I don't think that's AAA. That's probably AA. So we're looking at, of the 6 nominees for Game of the Year, one of them was from a AAA studio. If that doesn't wake up the AAA groups, like, at this point, just burn those companies to the ground. And I realize that I'm advocating for something like Activision in that case, because they're considered a AAA studio. You know, they're being considered for this whole thing, like Activision, Ubisoft, you know, and there are some groups like From Software, I think, is now considered AAA with the size of their teams that they have and stuff like that. 343, obviously part of Microsoft. Bungie Studios, I think, is considered AAA, even though they only have one major project out there right now in Destiny. So, like, it's just one of those things where I think these studios are going to have to, like, reconsider their approach. And they need to stop doing things like I'm trying to remember. There was one developer that got out of a AAA type position and moved into an indie dev role and was like, yeah, we had literally had to listen to the game idea of our marketing team and then develop that game because they thought it would sell well. And I'm like, if that's something that's common amongst the AAA industry, no wonder it's gone to shit. Like, you don't make games because you think they're going to sell well. You make games because you're passionate about the story idea. I mean, say what you want about World of Warcraft. I think that it's made by extremely passionate developers. And despite a lot of people's maybe issues with the game and stuff like that, like, a WoW expansion launch is still one of the biggest, like, noted moments in gaming across the board. No questions asked. The Race to World First brings in hundreds of thousands of viewers that a lot of them are from people that don't even play the game anymore. They're just curious to see what that brings in, you know. But I think what keeps a lot of current WoW players playing the game is, I mean, yeah, we all have our frustrations with the game. I think that's normal for any live service game. You know, I always make the joke that the people that hate WoW the most are people that no longer play WoW. Because the people that play WoW, for the most part, yes, we have our complaints about things, but we love the game. Like, I was listening to a video today where someone was like, Blizzard is giving me like I have no content to do, and I'm so WoW addicted that I've just been playing beta all day because it's the only thing that I feel like I could do. And I'm sitting there going like, that's kind of me. Like, now luckily I'm not so addicted anymore that like I have withdrawals if I'm not playing. Excuse me, if I'm not playing. If I'm not playing WoW, because like I have Cyberpunk 2077, Octopath Traveler 2, Marvel Rivals. I've got a couple of games in my Steam library that I'm working on. I'll have Final Fantasy VII Remake that I'll probably start picking up once the initial rush of expansion launch and start of season starts to calm down. And I'll get back and I'll start streaming that one. And I know that game's going to sink probably 50, 60 hours in for me, which I'm down for. And maybe even longer. I mean, my initial playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077 with my Tech Weapon Street Kid. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Whatever, it's fine. With my Tech Weapon Street Kid setup, was 75 hours. You know, Octopath Traveler 2, I'm at, I think, 6 hours, and I don't even have all the characters yet. God, this pool is scary. I might gear up the bear, put all the good stuff on the bear, and see how that pull goes on a bear later on. This group under control. Dude, I don't know why anyone sits here and tries to tell me that Eldrachi is better. Like, I don't know what eyes they're not looking at it with. Bring on the flail storm. Very nice. All right. Let's see if we can get this. I wonder if there's like a mage you could spell steal those shields. I'd be very curious to know. Don't love getting disoriented. I don't know what I need to do to avoid getting stunned by that. Probably just don't need to stand in it until it channels. That's the big thing.
My power is
Don't forget to send the conduits.
Okay, yeah, so I have to wait until the blast is done. I didn't do that there. That's good to know. Nameplate bug. Dude, these pulls. I literally have everything rolling. And I'm still just getting curb stomped into the ground. Makes me wonder if I don't pull these defenders. Okay. Hey, Bella.
A gift of power.
This is definitely going to be one of those dungeons where I'm going to need to practice this one, I think. I love this dungeon.
My power is
Yeah, those Arcanists got to be the first ones to die there. strategy's not clear there, but I think I get it.
Make sure to send them over. My vision has never been clearer, Lothraxian. I don't want to believe it.
Don't know if I have the right count for this. Something tells me I need 100% count by the time we pull. Forgot about that.
Starting the bridge now.
A gift of
I should really start building some routes backwards in MDT. I think that would help a lot.
a gift of power.
Lingering image is fucking crack, dude. Holy shit. Okay, I might be a smidge short.
My power is
Thanks for the check-in, Bella. 6:36 on that, so you don't have to do it until close to 7 o'clock if you want to keep it within that range, but really just once an hour. I think the strat and higher keys is going to be we start on I don't know if that actually helped or not. Appreciate everyone using their check-ins. Check-ins are just a nice little way for me to 99. Are we fucking serious? Okay. So I was at okay, so I need to be at 70. You need to be at 75 if you're going to clear the full platform. It's good to know. But that's dungeon number 4 down. Alright. We'll leave that group. Let's see, which dungeons? Windrunner Spire I want to do last, because I'm just not looking forward to that dungeon. let's see. Let's buy a Skyreach. I need a seat. And then let me get these two, because I'm gonna need them. Alright, let me look at Skyreach real quick. Dungeons, current season, Skyreach, Ranjit. Okay, so we're just gonna avoid those. Avoid that. Kind of nice. You can't really do. Okay, so he's basically just like a 2-boss thing. He's not actively engaged in melee combat. Okay, so I gotta stay there. I'm the only one doing sub 15 keys right now, so I think that's probably why I'm starting to get some interest tonight. So I'm gonna get ready to get another streamer doing a stream tonight. We'll be rated into the game's official channel. Right now it has almost 1.8k viewers. Hang on. Are we looking to... Oh, someone else is getting rated from the Warcraft channel? Good for them. Sorry, I read that one way and I almost panicked. Oh, different game you play. Okay. Yeah, if you need to go focus energies there, Zandy, that's fine. I'm perfectly content handling things as they are right now. I fully expect my streams are going to be kind of calm and chill for a few days until early access starts to hit. And even then, I don't know if I'm going to get any viewers out of that because people are going to want to play through the story themselves. I know the story because I played it already on beta. I'll probably watch the cutscenes and that's about it. But yeah, if you need to go prep for that because you're about to get... Yeah. I mean, you're about to get 2,000 people sent to his channel. Like, if you need to put the energies into moderating that, please do so. Please do so. Maybe one day we get that, but today's not that day, and that's fine. I still lurk here. I know you will, dude. And I appreciate that. Like, yes, you're my mod, but because we are so chill here right now with things, like, lurking is fine. Lurk here, put your energy into that you need to. That streamer's gonna need your support, so go kick ass over there. And I've got it handled and knocked down here. We'll get what we need. What I might do is I might try to do this one tonight, get Skyreach done, and then that'll leave me with... Oh, I need to get... I got 4 done right now. I need to get 2 more done. So if I can do Skyreach and then maybe Seat tonight, then I'll swap over to retail and we'll roll through that and try to get some weeklies done. And then tomorrow I'll try to get Magister's Terrace and Windrunner Spire. And that'll leave me open Friday to do Dojo Raid, plus finish up weekly keys. And then Saturday, I might actually, if I'm available, then we'll make that, like I said, a full variety day. It's kind of where I'm thinking right now. Let's see. So that's kind of the goal here. If I can get Skyreach and then Seat. All right, let's see. I don't think I've actually been here with this on Mythics. No, I did it on Evoker, so. I think as we get comfortable, there's gonna be some wild ass shit that goes on these pulls, man. Like, I think there's gonna be stuff where people are just like routing through with your tank, gathering up a bunch of stuff. Yep.
My power is trans.
When in doubt, always pull it near the edge.
My power is transcendent.
Okay, so that does not need to be soaked.
My power is
He's actually pretty straightforward. Yeah, hardy shit. Not too bad. There's some field break techniques in here that I think will be really nice. Oh, excuse me. Could probably in the future pull all three of these together, especially if I have all my sigils up.
My power is
Visuals on that aren't all that clear. They probably need to outline them a little bit better. I think the play here is that your tank did not take one of these beams, and it needs to be your DPS to do it. With your healer rotating it around people that don't have. I mean, I eat that no problem on a 10. I wonder. missed one. %60%? I don't think there's any other trash that I can pull. It's been a pretty press W route. Okay, those just fixate. Not much I can do about it.
Only the strongest survive. Your survival wasn't necessary.
I see. Okay, we're figuring this out. This definitely feels like it'll be. Kind of hate fights where they have this like, oh, if the tank not engaged in melee combat, like bad things happen type situation, because like also that is troll as shit. They moved this pack back a little bit so that we could get this done. That's good. The count confuses me. This can't be worth 20 count, right? There's no way this is worth 20 count.
A gift of power.
I'll be damned, it was 20 count.
We will cut you down like the mountain.
Ooh, almost a million health. Oh, don't do that. Really? Bullshit. Can't believe they're making me walk the long way around. I got wings, bitch. Let me use them.
We will cast you down like a My power is
We're not gonna talk about that. There we go. Alright, so we got Strat cleaned up there. Alright. We'll head over to try to see if I can get a seat key in.
I'm sorry. Know that I should have told you the truth.
Let me grab. Okay. I mean, I don't mind playing Devour. I'm not supposed to come in and tank this. I'm only tanking because it's like the hardest role to fill. Excuse me. Dude, I think my deodorant is like irritating my skin because like my armpits have been itchy as shit the last couple of days. I think I need to switch that up. That's the only Alright, let's see if we can get footage for this, and then we'll swap over to retail. See if we can get a key or two on the weekly characters. Probably do the rogue and then the
it down and destroy it.
You loathe dishes? I loathe dishes as well. And it's even worse because I don't have a dishwasher in my apartment. I have to hand wash everything. That is the fucking worst, and I will never hear arguments against it. Because, like, if I had a dishwasher, I'm perfectly fine. I used to do the dishes all the time in my old house because, like, dishwasher. You know, even when I was living with my brothers, if I knew the dishes were, like, clean or whatever, I'd put them away and do shit like that and load it up and run it. But here, there's none of that. So, like, having to hand wash it is just, like, ugh. It's the worst. Hand washing dishes sucks, and I hate, like, mopping my floors. I need to, like, especially under this desk where a bunch of dust is gathered, because this is where I sit most of the time.
And your fate entwined with mine.
Oh, damn, we're just jumping right into this. Forgot about that. I didn't do this dungeon when it was live, so... Oh my god, the fucking chunking of my health. Jesus. Oh, excuse me. God. Oh, damn it. Sorry about that. Trying to think about like trying to remember the strat for this boss.
My power is transcendent. Share in it. A gift of power.
Follow me. The Shadow Guard is building up its presence near the temple.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all. Also, the commander here has a particular item that looks useful to me.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to their efforts.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
We will not be pushed out. Bring in more forces from the Void to deal with these intruders.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
A little bit scary.
requires a more personal not be interrupted.
My power is trapped.
Look it up. Go again.
Easily outclassed.
Should have made drums. We're learning stuff. It's part of the reason why we're doing this. feeling these guys are going to wreck my shit if I try to pull more onto them. Even one of them kind of hurting.
A gift of power.
Thanks for the check-in. You as well, Bella. Thank you very much, guys. Good to know. I know you guys are probably playing the game, doing other things and stuff like that, so taking 2 seconds just to let me know you're still here is always appreciative. Makes me feel good, admittedly.
My power is transcendent.
Oh, fuck. My lack of sleep the last few days is starting to catch up to me. Dude, Windwalker does some good damage. Holy shit.
Yes, the novel. Once you get inside, Valkyria the skilled.
The way is open. Hurry.
Cases I know of have occurred before these walls. This entity must die.
Jesus, the cameras in here suck. That'll be where you want to burn a hero, most likely.
Look out!
Okay, so the path there is good. Now it's just a matter of...
The void is a force of change, of transformation. Shadows are fluid, ever shifting.
Okay. So I got 5 dungeons, or 6 dungeons now. I only need 2 more. We'll do those tomorrow just because I need a little break from this. But good progress in that front. which is nice. So, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break because ads are starting up anyway. So I'm going to take a quick break and stretch, refill water, go to the bathroom, and then we'll come back and we'll do retail for the last hour and a half or so that I plan on streaming tonight. So let's go do that real quick. We'll be back shortly. All right, we are back. We are back. We are back. Thank you very, very much for your patience. We are swapping over to retail. We'll start with the rogue key just because that's the lowest geared character. The question is do I try sub? Where's Prezi when I need him? Okay, you're starting to freeze in here. Hang on. Let's swap over real quick. Pull the AC. Oh, I guess I should watch that new cinematic too that they released today. Did I accidentally pull up two versions? Yes, I did. Love when we do that. All right, it's back over here. I might sneak a Windwalker key in this week too, just to see. All right, do I play sub? That's the question. Fuck it, we'll try it. I don't have a weapon for outlaw, do I? No, I don't. This character's in a guild. Why would I say? Alright, let me fix some keybinds here. Okay, what key do I have? Because I'm probably not going to be able to get into one, so we'll see. We'll see. We'll just try for a few minutes, and then if not, I'll start mine. Let's say let's do 3 to 6. Let's just see. The only thing I know about the Liadrin cinematic that dropped today is that the guy that voiced Uncle Iroh from Avatar after Mako died is in that cinematic, which that's a huge huge W for me. Because I love Uncle Iroh. Alright, let's see if we can do this. I already got Dawnbreaker. If not, I'll do 5x5 floodgate. Blind from a 4. We love it. Okay, well, we'll just start mine then. Let's see how long this takes. It's probably going to take a while, but we'll figure that out.
I should have told you the truth.
I'm not going double mage. Dude, everyone is getting sick. Holy shit. Rare streaming time for me. Appreciate it. Trying to pug Mythic, huh? Or Raz too hard. Yeah, Raz is something on Mythic. Let's see what crazy ass route this tank does, man. I've seen some crazy ass shit these tanks have been doing. Go.
Mortals, scrambling after any shred of control.
I'm pretty sure I'm not playing this right. C'est la vie.
Scrambling after any shred of control.
We have no battle res, my young sir, so you're going to have to fucking. Ugh.
Yes, feed. All of you, feed on
You just died. He just literally went splat. I don't even know how he managed it. What is killing him? Dying to melee shots. We love it. It's alright, new tank though.
Mortals, scrabbling after any
Okay. Yeah, this is not going anywhere. This tank does not know how to live, and that's never a good sign. I don't care, it's my key. I'll pug the rest of the way until I find one. Okay. Well, let's just do this. Let's do 3 to 6. I'm gonna go back to sub for the assassination. I need to get an outlaw weapon though, so I'm gonna spec outlaw. Oh, there we go. Alright, so we're off to a rough start with retail. Yeah, I know. My YouTube stream's already been demonetized, and I'm still technically on it. Don't we love that? Where is Floodgate? Oh my god. Not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Oh, I didn't get the switch over. God damn it. So we decided to take the alternative path here. What in the... Dinner's in the oven. What we cooking tonight? If you don't mind me asking. Bacon wrapped chicken breast tenderloins and garlic potatoes. You know, it's funny. I had bacon cheddar chicken with broccoli last night. I had some that I just kind of sitting around, so went ahead and just cooked it up since I had it. Hey, Rex. Oh, as the silent lurker? That's fine, dude. That's what is comfortable for you. I am never going to sit here and tell you that you're wrong for enjoying the stream how you want. but I support my friends. I appreciate that, Rex. I really do. Definitely means a lot that you see me in that light. Really?
All of you. Feed on the void. Let its darkness.
Alright. That many of you in different streamer server can tell you're someone genuine, so I'll always be around. I appreciate that, Rex. Means a lot, man. I try to be, you know. I'm always gonna be honest about, you know, what I think and stuff like that. Well, maybe Stranger Times. Buddy, I'm autistic and I'm ADHD. I am the very definition of strange. Let's be real. Put those on backwards again. Got Asperger's? Yeah, I don't have Asperger's. I'm level 1 autistic with moderate to severe ADHD. And I was only diagnosed last year. So this is like legit just me trying to learn how to cope with it a lot of the times. I'm not unfamiliar because I do have my son is also autistic. So I'm used to, like, I recognize a lot of the patterns of behavior and stuff like that. So the stuff that he does, I actually was like, yep, I used to do that too. And because of that, like, I kind of just look at it as, okay, how would I want to be parented in that case? And that's how I approach it. And, you know, for the most part, like, I just try to help people understand me and how to do that. But yeah, like, I do not blink at the fact that you have Asperger's. It does not affect me at all. Really? And honestly, like, my diagnosis kind of helps explain quite a few aspects of my personality, actually. Like, there were aspects of me that I always thought I was, like, weird about, you know? You know, but kind of the truth of it was less that I'm strange, and that because of a combination of my total personality plus the ADHD and the autism, it definitely explains like certain aspects of my behavior. And as you know, with my parents, I talked to them about it, and like I'd start to explain like why a lot of these behaviors. Sorry, boss fights I always kind of. If you're playing Smite, it's gonna be slow response. No problems at all. But yeah, like when I would talk to my parents about like, hey, I do these things, and I know that, you know, my kid does these things. Like, he's autistic ADHD. Like, did we notice or did we ever think about it? And my parents' response was like, they were legit. Like, we didn't know anything about it back then. You know, because I grew up in the '90s. So I'm fucking old. You know, their thing was like, you know, a lot of the behaviors that like my son shows, they were like, yeah, you showed those too. You know, and obviously the benefit of hindsight, we now better know how to like parent that and deal with it. Hit the wrong button there. Do it that way, and then I gotta. think I fucked up my bleed timings there. Again, I wouldn't have used it here. Let's just call it. I haven't talked to him forever. Oh, hopefully a good conversation. Lives close to home now, which is good for everyone. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye out on my phone. Something happened that potentially impacts my kid, and like this weekend, so I'm kind of waiting to kind of get word from my on what I will need to do to potentially support that. Sometimes she has to go pick up my nephew because he gets kicked out of school because I don't know how to deal with his brand of autism. I hate that so much. Like, you don't... Like, obviously we can talk about it offline, but like, if your school district is not equipped to handle kids of all kinds, then like you need to be there's something wrong with that. Like, there's no reason, none, why a school should not be equipped to handle kids of all kinds. I mean, it'd be one thing if it was like a private school, you know, that maybe doesn't necessarily have all the resources in place because they're a private school. They're not beholden to government funding or anything like that. I mean, part of it is like I'm frustrated by reading that because like I know the fight that I go through and my co-parent goes through just getting our son's stuff done, and how much we had to basically yell at the entire school district, and that's with having family members that work in the school district. And like someone in my dad that's like actually pretty well known amongst most of the staff because he's worked for the school district for close to, see, he's gonna be 28 years or something like this. And it's like, and especially in 2026, like I kind of get, like in some ways, like me getting missed in the 90s just because we didn't know. But like in 2026, when there's so much more awareness and we've seen the statistics, the fact that you don't have any ability at all to handle a kid like that, that is grossly negligent. And I don't care. Like, I don't care that, like, I mean, if you're a poor school district, like, figure it the fuck out. Especially in, I mean, I don't know if they're in Colorado or not, or whatever state they're in, you know, like even in Florida, like the school district my son attends is the second poorest in terms of budget in the state. And even we have support for that. The school always hated me. They always put me in ISS instead. I got put into ISS a lot in middle school, but it was always like, I always knew exactly why. And it was because I would do things like get into fights and stuff like that. And so because of that, I'd get there, but like, okay, Michigan. I find that frustrating because like Michigan, generally speaking, has been seen to be like a state that like has its values in place. But obviously even they're not. Did Venom not go off there like I thought it did? Okay, that's weird. Nice. I'll take the pacemaker. That's a good upgrade. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, my question is, did I just try one more real quick so I can get the 4 done? But I already, that won't get me a thing. I'm not worried about it. Fuck it. All right. Let's see. I got 30 minutes left or so. You know what? Let's do this. I haven't watched the new cinematic from WoW. Let's watch that. The Liadrin animated shorts. This is gonna be like a first time reaction on stream. So let me. Let's do this. Let's, for the moment, turn off audio. Let's pull you over here. And let's go to the Final Fantasy VII React screen. Go full screen here. Let me crank this up. Let's watch this together. This is going to be the first time I'm watching this. So, full on thing. I'm not going to speak a word during this. We're just going to watch. And then I'll talk about what I thought about it afterwards. It's kind of how I do my reaction videos. If you ever watched any of my music reaction videos, I try not to speak during the first playthrough. In fact, I'll mute my mic so that we can have that, and I'll turn up desktop audio channel here so that we have that. So let me mute this. Let's watch this together.
You see, the Sunwell is a font of energy, full of power that has sustained our people for thousands of years.
Whoa.
So it must be protected, and we ask for the light's blessings to keep it safe.
Father, what is the light?
Well, my darling Liadrin, I will tell you what I believe.
Defend the Sunwell!
That the light guides my steps and illuminates my path. In a world that is cruel and unforgiving. And when the light flows through me, when I am one with all that is sacred, I know that darkness can never prevail.
Lady Liadrin,
Alonsus.
walk with me. I've been told we have much to discuss.
War is coming. The armies of the Void will strike soon, and we have reason to believe that it will be at Silvermoon. I need you to send word to the priests, so we can—
Before you were a paladin, you were a priest once, yes?
No, no, no! Light flow through me. Grant me your grace. Hear me! Please! Why would you ask that?
Many of the paladins I anointed in life started as priests, trying to find meaning after the war they had just lost. Some sought retribution for all the suffering they had endured. Others tried to bury their pain beneath armor. But it was those who did not find peace in the light who became the most dangerous.
We have a war to prepare for, Alonsus.
And we will be fighting this war together, Liadrin. So I need you to ask yourself why the mere sight of me and you grasping your sword.
We're just here for him, elf.
I'm sorry, Alonsus. I do not harbor the hate that they do. It's just echoes of when war came to Silvermoon.
Darkness can never prevail.
Oh, Liadrin, I did not know.
And yet you were right. I became a paladin for every reason you said. Loss, despair, retribution. But when the Sunwell, despite having endured terrible loss and destruction, was reborn in the glory of the light, so too was my faith and my hope. So I will face the echoes that haunt me and fight for the sacred heart of Silvermoon, knowing that together, with the light by our side, darkness will never prevail.
Oh boy. There's a lot to cover there. There's a lot to cover there, I think. That was amazing. Oh my goodness, that was so good. That, I think, did a lot to redeem Liadrin from the initial launch trailer that everyone was like obviously doing the crazy stuff with their looks. I think this does a lot to redeem that. It helps those that aren't familiar with the story of Liadrin understand why she kind of is the way that she is. And if they're not going to do a movie or TV series in their like super high def BFA style cinematics that we got with Sourfang, I would be down for them to do a TV series in this art style, because this looked amazing. Way better to me than the Xal'atath one did. The animation felt much cleaner than the Xal'atath one did. Obviously, the Xal'atath one was really aiming for some very specific gothic horror vibes to go along with it. Whereas this one really kind of, it reminds me more of like a sort of traditional heroic anime. Think of an episode like, think of a, the guy that voiced Liadrin's dad voiced Uncle Iroh after Mako passed away. So I think of something like Avatar, where there's obviously like a good or a positive ending or a hope. Yeah, old school animation. It felt very 2000 to 2004, that kind of range, where you would see like the original Teen Titans, the Yu-Gi-Oh series, obviously the Pokemon series. Like it felt much more in tune with that animation style, with the art being closer akin to older than that. I could see it. Like, there were some aspects of things like some of the older Looney Tunes cartoons, Tom and Jerry, Animaniacs, if you want to go more mid-90s. Even something like Doug. 2000s is old, yeah. 2000 was 26 years ago. I was 12 in 2000. I was, you know, my son turns 9 this year. Graduated in 2000. I mean, I'm 2005. I'm not that far behind you. But I really liked a few of these. Let me turn this down. Let me turn this back down so I'm not drowning out my voice here. I'll take the last like 15 minutes. We'll kind of talk about some things that I think are pretty cool about this. And then we'll rate out to some folks and see. I don't know who's even freaking streaming WoW tonight. Let's see. Met's out there. Abaddon out there. We might go rate Abaddon. I don't think I've ever rated Abaddon. Oh, we'll go read Kyle. We'll go read Kyle. We might do that. Since he's streaming. But like, I love this. So I love this beginning where we get a time in the past, obviously, with young Liadrin and her dad.
You see, the Sunwell is a font of energy, full of power that has sustained our people for thousands of years.
Whoa.
So it must be protected, and we ask for the light's blessings to keep it safe.
Father, what is the light?
Well, my darling Liadrin.
And I love that she has extremely blue eyes here in this shot, because obviously through what goes on later on, she is that changes.
Liadrin, I will tell you what I believe. That the light guides my steps and illuminates my path.
Now, I'm not super up to speed on the canon event. I believe this, if this is like the first attack on the Sunwell, I imagine that would be TBC, if not earlier than that. But if anyone knows, let me know, or I'll watch some videos later that let me know.
In a world that is cruel and unforgiving. And when the light...
Hi, Stitches. That's what it looks like. I hate you in HOTS, by the way. You're annoying.
flows through me when I am one with all that is sacred. I know that darkness can never prevail.
And we can see the eye color now goes from that blue that she had in her childhood now to this orangish amber glow that she has in adulthood. Now, I don't know if that's because of becoming a paladin or whatever the case may be. I just think it's a really interesting detail point that is, I think, worthy of discussion. And then she has this flashback when Alonsis comes through.
Lady Liadrin,
Alonsis.
walk with me. I've been told we have much to discuss.
I do like that they made Alonsis much more like full-skinned in this than they do in game, I think. I have to remember the mage order hall.
And we have reason to believe that it will be
Or the priest one, rather.
I need you to send word to the priests so we can.
Before you were a paladin, you were a priest once, yes?
No, no, no. Light flow through me. Grant me your grace. Hear me, please. Why would you ask that?
Many of the paladins I anointed in life started as priests.
I kind of missed that, but initially we get that shot of the people skulking in the bushes. Obviously, the was it the Scarlets hanging out there in the bushes? Obviously, they've been trailing Alonsus for a while, if not since he left the order hall or whatever the case may be. So, find that interesting that it's there. I also find it interesting that she's very much like, hey, I know something's going to happen at the Sunwell. Obviously, she's getting her information from somewhere. But Alonsus is more making sure that, like, we're questioning her resolve. We're making her the center of the story, not the coming conflict that we're going to get in Midnight. I think that's an interesting tack to take from a storytelling standpoint, because the whole goal is to make you feel more closely connected to the characters. I think it's a really interesting thing with her personality, with Liadrin's personality, where she's obviously focused very much on what's next, what's the greater good. And Alonsus is sitting here going, but what about you? And I think it's a really interesting clash of personalities that we get in this little middle section here.
Trying to find meaning after the war they had just lost.
And let's see if we can point out some of these paladins here.
Started as priests.
That's got to be Arthas. It's my opinion. That blonde hair. There's only two prominent figures truly with that blonde hair. Uther's more white-haired. Greymane's white-haired. Yeah, it's either... I don't think it's Anduin. The chin isn't... The chin is too Chad for Anduin. Let's be real. Not feminine enough. I think that's Arthas.
Trying to find meaning.
Anduin's still a priest. That's got to be Bolvar, is my guess. The hammer.
Lost. Some sought retribution for all the suffering they had endured. Others tried to...
Uther. Maybe, Turalyon.
bury their pain beneath armor. But it was those who did not find peace in the light who became the most dangerous.
We have a
That last
war to
one,
prepare for.
maybe Varian, but I don't
We will
think
be
so.
fighting this war together, Liadrin. So I need you to ask yourself why the mere sight of me had you grasping your sword.
And I think it's really interesting that we get this nice little like moment where Alonsus questions, everything that Liadrin stands for in this moment. You knew I was going, he was like, you recognized me, but you still grabbed at your sword as if you were going to attack. Like, what is it that you are hiding in yourself? What is it that you are afraid of? It's kind of like the strong insinuation that I'm getting out of this.
We're just here for him, elf.
And of course, the Scarlets are all like, nope, not here for you. But she makes a choice in this moment. And we see what looks to be some abilities. Obviously, the hammer throw feels like judgment. We see smites being cast by Alonsus, and then a holy fire there at the end. So abilities that you can recognize from the game of WoW, which I think really is smart on Blizzard's part to do stuff like that, because it then connects you back with these like heroic figures in the world. For those that are paladins or priest players, you recognize some of these abilities. Obviously, sword and shield here, things like Crusader Strike, or things like Blessed Hammer, or whatever the case, or Hammer of the Righteous, even though she's got a sword. Like, these abilities that are recognizable, and then I think she throws her shield here. Yeah. And you see the Avengers shield. So, does a really good job of taking players that play these classes or know the abilities and connects them in. It does a great job of like feeding the player base that knows what these abilities look like. Go from there. I did see it bounce poorly. Can't be Avengers. It could have also only hit a single target, in which case it goes forward and back, no problem at all. Single target. I mean, let's look back at it real quick. Were there multiple targets when she threw it? That one's dead. No, it hit 4. Okay. It did take the stupidest path to get to all 4, though, so at least there's that. So it's kind of real. You know, and there was no enemy within 20 yards for it to randomly go off and hit either. So, like, I'd say that's pretty lore accurate Avengers Shield. Because, like, hits 1, and then goes all the way back to the one furthest in the back, and then comes back. Now, to be fair, this looks cooler, but the Avengers Shield in game would have hit 2, 3, 4, and then flown all the way back through all of those guys. Unrealistic pattern. So, like I said, it looks cooler, but it is still technically a lore accurate Avengers Shield because it does take the dumbest path to do what it needs to do. Can tell I've been burned.
I'm sorry, Alonsus. I do not harbor the hate that they do. It's just...
And the best part of it is that there's 2 that are left alive that just take the fuck off so they can report back to whoever is their leader right now. I don't even know who the Scarlet Leader is because Whitemane's Rider of the Apocalypse now.
Echoes of when war came to Silvermoon.
And then the big reveal plot twist point where it's her dad in reborn undead form. When she was... When you see the same thing, his eyes were blue early, and now when he's been turned, his eyes are now that amber color as well. So again, a lot of... Blizzard's been making a lot of references with eyes over the last little while with the last 2 cinematics, and I think it's gonna be a theme for whatever the next 1, maybe 2 that we get are. I think it might be 1 more. We got Xanatos, we got Liadrin. I'm guessing we're gonna get Illyria.
Darkness can never prevail.
I love the quick flashbacks from when every time she hits her undead father, it takes back to a happier time in her life when she was a child. Really kind of lays on that emotional thickness that they were going for. I really, really like that they made that choice. So just from like a, as someone that likes to analyze the visual aspect of videos, because obviously as a video creator myself, I think these are really important and really cool stuff. I really, really enjoy that aspect of it. So really like that they made that decision. It's cinematically, it's very, very cool in my opinion.
Oh, Liadrin, I did not know.
And yet you were right. I became a paladin for every reason you said. Loss, despair, retribution. But when the Sunwell, despite having endured terrible loss and destruction, was reborn in the glory of the light, so too was my faith and my hope. So I will face the echoes that haunt me and fight for the sacred heart of Silvermoon, knowing that together, with the light by our side, darkness will never prevail.
So they give that very hopeful music at the end. I do think this is an interesting way to kind of tease the March on Kel Denise raid, which I believe is going to be the 2 boss raid. because I think the Void Spire is our 6th boss raid, and then we get the March on Kel Denise, and then there's one other one. Apparently blue is what they normally have. After the destruction of the Sunwell, it shifted to the Fel Green, and when the Sunwell is restored, they turn gold. So says Google. That's interesting to note, actually. I'm not... I know enough of the WoW lore that I can understand, generally speaking, what's going on, but if you ask me to pick out a bunch of specific details, I couldn't do that. There's just so much to keep up with WoW lore, and like a lot of it's just kind of convoluted and walks backwards on itself, that it's like you have to be super passionate about it, like some of the creators that I know that are. But for me, like, it's one of those things where like I really just enjoy like the general story, general world, and some of the world building events. Like, I'm always like a much more broad history type guy. Like, I love knowing what's going into the world rather than like a bunch of the specific details. So, but that was very, very cool. Very cool. I like I said, I enjoyed that one much more than what I did the Xal'atath one. So I think it's a great way to end stream. I'll cut this together and throw it up on YouTube. Why not? Get a free video out of this shit. So tomorrow we will be trying to get Windrunner Spire and Magister's Terrace dungeon runs in. So I have footage for those. If I get that done, then Friday we'll be doing the dojo raid. I'll either be going on Monk or Rogue. Zandy, if you're still here hanging out, listening, or anything like that. If not, I'll message you later. But I'll either be coming on my Monk or my Rogue. Just because I guess Green has to do with the move to Fel Magic. Yeah, there was a time where they did. Obviously, in Burning Crusade, they embraced it a little bit more. So that makes sense. But so we'll try to get those 2 dungeons done, and then if we get them done before the 4 hours is up, we'll come back. We'll do a Mage Key, and if there's time, an Evoker Key. And then, like I said, Friday we'll do Dojo Raid and finish up the weekly key runs, and then maybe do a little bit of mount farming or start to play some other games like Heroes of the Storm. Play more of that because I really enjoyed playing that on stream last night, actually. So I might do that a little bit more, just as like a for fun thing. And if anyone in the community hanging out wants to play with, I'll be happy to have you come in, and we'll do some random ARMs and stuff like that. And then Saturday we'll see. My hope is that I can turn that into a non-WoW day and do like Star Wars Old Republic or Final Fantasy VII Remake or whatever the case may be. Or Rebirth, rather, because I think I have the hard drive space for that now. So that's the plan on Saturday, unless I have to handle my son because of the emergencies lingering out there in my world right now. I'm just waiting on the updates, unfortunately. And Sunday and Monday are my usual days off, and then next Tuesday, next week I'll have to figure out my schedule. I probably will also take Tuesday off because I have guild meeting and I need to get these videos going. I think I might take Tuesday off as well and go through a 3-day weekend, because I know Wednesday I'll probably stream something random, but then Thursday obviously is when early access is going to drop, and I'm going to go hard and long with early access on Thursday and Friday, and then I'll have my son that weekend, so I'll have to take Saturday and Sunday, generally speaking, off from stream. I'll still probably be in game. But then Sunday night, I might come back and I might stream a couple of hours, and then we'll get into the schedule after that. Basically, I'm going to stream early access while I'm leveling all 4 of my main characters, and then any characters after that that I can level, I will do that. So, let's see. Who am I going to raid? I think I should raid Kyle. Be fun. Could raid Kyle. Could raid K-Biz. Because they're doing mount runs. Let's raid Kyle. He's always been good to me. Let's go. Did I spell his name correctly? I don't know if I did. I did. All right. So go say hi to Kyle. He's just doing Pug Mythic run right now. Just go say hi to him, and even if you got a raid and run, do that, and then we'll go from there. So I will see everyone tomorrow, probably 4:30 or 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time start, and we'll go from there. So I appreciate everyone hanging out tonight. I will continue to try, and obviously I've got some videos coming out. Don't forget, Discord is linked up above. If not, you can DM me for it. If you want to get just alerts in Discord about when I go live, when I put YouTube videos up and stuff like that, all that's set to come. I've got that finally working. Hit me up on any of my social channels, all that stuff. And, I just appreciate you all very much. So thank you very much. Let's go say hi to Kyle.